single channel, so it doesn't really matter. Yeah, all good.
Should I turn off those, or just it's okay to minimize it, not use it?
Yeah, it's better to have them down if you're not intending to use them.
Okay, hello. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 6, 8, 9, 10。大家好。我要离多远？这个是要离2个手那么远吗？这样子能听得见吗 ？Hello， 大家好。现在是还没有测试吗？现在？Hello， 现在可以听见吗？现在是测试。
So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2. Okay, well I can adjust that for them. Obviously, being less than a meter from the speaker or 2 meters from the speaker is a little bit challenging in the room. Hopefully that'll tidy up once some bodies come in. Probably not. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Testing 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep. You can, yeah.
Yes, testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Testing. Okay, that's all right. I think they'll just sit down, casual. Yes, so there'll be 3 chairs. Yeah, I'll have a little chair in the corner, and low down they'll have 3 chairs with 2 tables, and their headsets. Well, yes, but we need the guys to help. I go back.
Two, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Choose number 4. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 2, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Testing 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2. 2, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Testing 1. 2, 2. 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 2, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 2, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2. Magnus sound check, testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's not really impacting that, is it? It's just a straight line in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's only a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 2, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. So there's going to be a big difference between me talking like this and somebody who's not as 1, 2, 1, 2. So I can't do very much about somebody that holds the mic down here. Yeah, but when somebody holds the microphone down here, I can only turn it up to the point where it starts to feed back in the room. There's going to be a big difference between me talking like this and somebody who's not as 1, 2.
I think I've put this one up wrongly. I don't know why it was leading in. Maybe. Is it better? Yeah, that's good.
4, 5, 1, 2, 2, 2, 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, testing 1, 2. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 2, 2. 2, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, testing 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, testing 1, 2. 1, 2, 3. One, two, three, four, five. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Testing 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yeah, take your time because we are not starting until about like an hour. Oh, thanks.
Sorry, do you mind if I just have a few minutes without anything playing, please? Yep. Just because there's been noise going the whole time. Thank you. 2, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Testing 1, 2, 2, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 1, 2, 2, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 2, 2, 1, 1. 1, 2, 1, 1, 2, 1, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2, 2, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Lapel mic number 2, testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, testing 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Testing 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2. Lectern mic testing 1, 1, 2, 2, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Testing 1, 2, 2, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2. Testing 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Testing 1, 2.
There's Dave over there. Dave and, yeah, they've driven up today. 2, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2. 2, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 2, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 2, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 2, 2. 2, 2, 1, 2. 2, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Testing 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 2, 2. 1, 2, 2, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 2, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2. 1, 2, 2, 2. 1, 2, 2, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2. 1, 2, 2, 2. 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2. 1, 1, 2, 2, 2. Ladies and gentlemen, we just the doors won't be open till 5 to 7, so just if you'd be patient, please, while we get a few things organised.
我等一下要把它收起来。
5. 2, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that's coming through to you. And that's okay level. Is that peaking a little bit there? Okay, let's pull that guy back. I'm right on the mic just to make sure. So I mean, somebody talking in the room is going to talk this level, and somebody on a lapel mic is probably going to be that level. So.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Could you start taking your seats, please? We're going to start in about 4 minutes. Yes, yeah, sure. Just while we're waiting, would you mind checking that your cell phones, mobile phones are turned off, please? Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Deputy Consul General Xiao Yuan, Consul Li Zhou, and Consul Tang Xin. Thank you. Also welcome our honoured guests tonight, Sir Don McKinnon, Chairman of the New Zealand China Council, and his wife Claire, George Andrews, John McKinnon, and David Mann. Some seats over the side here. Just wait a few minutes till people are seated. Right. 女士们、乡亲们，晚上好。新中友好协会欢迎你们。今晚的活动对于新中关系很重要，欢迎欢迎。Tonight is really the culmination of a number of events that have taken place over the last couple of months. You may have been aware that the China Business Summit was held Monday week ago. Earlier this week, the New Zealand China Trade Association held a webinar with Ambassador Claire Fernley and her consulate staff throughout China. And tonight is something that is very special to this society because we feel that there's been a lot of publicity lately about the differences between China and New Zealand, China and other countries. And it's very appropriate that we have two old hands, as they would say, two experienced New Zealanders who have spent many years in China and have got to know the area very well. George Andrews will be introducing them shortly. Tonight we're going to hear from the two speakers and they'll talk from their aspect about their experiences in China. And George Andrews will cover questions from them and then we'll have questions from the floor. And when I say questions, I don't want long speeches from people on the floor. Obviously, if you want to speak a little bit towards what you're going to say, what your question is to the speakers, but we don't want speeches from the floor. This society was founded almost 70 years ago in 1952, and it was inspired by the famous New Zealander Rewieli, and I think most people know who he is or who he was. Throughout the decades, the society has maintained the close links with China through voluntary work from many, many New Zealanders, young and old, who have had an interest in China, whether it be trade, whether it be friendship, whether it be political, whatever it is. Many New Zealanders have developed the relationship over the period. Some pioneers who first started the relationship were ridiculed by many in government circles because it wasn't kosher, wasn't a good thing to be relating to China. Excuse me. Now it's very important that China and New Zealand have these strong links because we have built up a strong trade between the two countries, and many people have contributed to that over the years. It's not just trade, though, because many of our teachers have been to many parts of China teaching English to Chinese students. And as you know, up until the time of the lockdown, Many Chinese students have studied in our schools, our universities, our technical colleges, so there's been great interchange. And people often say it's important about conversations, and when you hear sometimes people say about conversation on emails, and I find that a bit confusing because it's not really a conversation in my opinion, and you're either having a Zoom meeting or a one-to-one or a one-to-many discussion with people, and that's the only way human beings can interact. And I think this is very important that a society such as ours exists. We've had special entree into China for many years, and the National Society, through the President and others, have organised specialist tours to China. We were the only organisation that was able to get people into China for many years because of the special relationship. Now there are many projects, as you'll see from the brochures we put on your table, many projects that we're undertaking, and we do hope that many of you can take an interest in the society and perhaps join as members. Some of you have been members for a long time, I know that. So I would now like to introduce Dong Yang Ye. He's been our event organiser, and he's going to talk to you about a few important things before I introduce George Andrews.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for joining for tonight's event. My name is Dong Yang. I'm the event coordinator for New Zealand-China Friendship Society. Here, I'm actually just going to mention a few things for the health and safety. So the bathroom is actually on my right-hand side. You just go out of the door, and it's on the right. And then really unlikely situation of emergency, there is exit on both sides, but prefer to actually use this one. Just follow our stuff. They have all the name tag as made on the blue dots and the logo on it. That's all of our stuff. And this venue is smoke-free. If you do smoke, you can move it outside of the venue. As you can see, there is also a few hand sanitizer. Please feel free to use them. After the event, obviously, we will have some refreshment as well. On each of the chairs, you will see our brochure. Feel free to scan the QR code on there. You can also sign up as a member. Thank you very much again for joining in tonight. Enjoy the evening.
I'd now like to introduce George Andrews. George has been a member of the Society for well over 15 years, and he's spent many years developing a number of projects for the Society, and before that he has a history in television, founding one of the founders of TV3. He was awarded a special honour by the Queen in 2004, and I would now like to ask George Andrews to take the floor. Thank you, George.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Michael. Thank you, everyone, for coming along on this cold winter evening. It's wonderful to get such a crowd here on a Thursday night, but it's a pleasure, too, to be able to meet at this time on a topic such as this. I'm going to be introducing John shortly. So John's going, the proposition, you may remember, it's a dilemma. It was David's idea, and it was China, New Zealand's dilemma. We thought of that a little while ago, and we're glad we didn't define it too exactly, because of the way things are changing, daily the rules or the topics change. So we're pleased to have kept that topic broad. So John McKinnon is going to speak to us first. What we thought was important was the chance to give gentlemen of this caliber the opportunity to talk uninterrupted from their point of view, to put a considered context in these important times. I don't know what John's going to say. David has got his other point of view. We're going to let them have their full opportunity to talk. I will intervene just a little, and then it'll be over to you guys. But let me begin in the company of the McKinnons to say that meeting John McKinnon has been one of the very great rewards and privileges of my years in the New Zealand-China Friendship Society. I first met John in 2012. That year we were celebrating our 60th anniversary since 1952. We knew that John had been ambassador from 2001 to 2004, and we invited him to speak. John's presence also coincided with the screening of a film. It was called Inside Red China, and it was made during the very first delegation from our society to China in 1957. It was called Inside Red China. It was made by a film director some of you may recognize. His name was Rudel Hayward. It was the first British film to go at that time. And with him, he took his wife, Ramai Hayward. Now, the remarkable thing about that film, that it featured a sequence in Tiananmen Square on the 1st of October, where Ramai, still a slip of a girl, took a feather cloak and presented it to Mao. Has anybody seen that image? It's a remarkable fugitive moment in our relations. John told us that he'd seen that film too, and that during that first term in China, one of our members from Wellington had written to John asking whatever happened to that cloak. Whatever happened to the cloak that Ramai gave Mao? Nobody knew. So this was our Wellington college. So John had plenty to do as ambassador, but he took the trouble to ask one of his staff to see what he could find out. It took a while. It took a while. Quite a few months, the mystery was solved. The cloak had been filed in the file for Ceylon. Sri Lanka, as we call it today. But as John will remember, the Chinese for Ceylon is Xilan. And it was right next to the file for New Zealand, which was John Xinxia Xilan. So the mystery was solved, and John set about recovering this cloak, this precious symbol of the friendship between China and New Zealand. In due course, the original was celebrated in Beijing and found its way back to Te Papa. So that was a measure of John's contribution to our society and to the aims we stand for. And in the years since, John has continued to be one of the best friends of New Zealand for China and of our society. 3 years ago, John and I stood on a platform in Wuhan, of all places, celebrating the role there that our founder, that Ray Wiali played in 2000 and many years ago. So we have been talking and considering China for many times. But I want to end with the remark that John made to us in that speech in 2002. While acknowledging the importance of our society in the past, he considered that our best work may be yet to come. And in these unprecedented times, John, I think it's our chance to give you and us the platform for you to contribute to the very difficult dilemma we find ourselves. So, John, welcome and thank you.
Kia ora tātou. Good evening, everybody. Dājia, wanshang hao. It's a great pleasure to be here, and thank you, Michael, and thank you, George, for your introductions. I now know who to blame for the theme. China's dilemma, because I was going to say, in some ways, the question really is there a dilemma, or is there a challenge, or is there a problem? But I do remember very vividly talking to the China Friendship Society for its 60th anniversary in 2012. You can calculate, of course, that the society was founded in 1952. My China journey started a little bit later, actually in the 1970s, when I first of all was sent off to Hong Kong to study Chinese, and then had 2 years in the embassy in Beijing in the 70s, and then went back, as George said, in 2001 to 2004, and then for a second innings, I'm still not sure whether that meant I did a really good job or a really bad one, in 2015 to 2018. And certainly finding the cloak, which George just talked about, was a very exciting thing to do in that period of time from 2001 to 2004. And I'd like to take the credit, but of course, being a well-organised embassy, I had people who did these things for me, and that was fantastic. And I do say, though, that my contribution was when I was told that there was a cloak from Sri Lanka, to think, well, you know, a cloak which looks like a Maori cloak probably isn't from Sri Lanka. You know, maybe it's from New Zealand. So we did pursue that, and with results that you all know. But in that 60th anniversary speech, I think what I actually was saying to people was that the role of this society has been enormously valuable, but it was going to become more so. And if anything, it was going to become more difficult and more challenging, because in some ways the China and its place in the world and New Zealand's connection with it have always had a degree of uncertainty and controversy and contention about them, and certainly never more so than now. And so what I want to do this evening in the time allotted to me, and if I can talk long enough, David will have very little time, is to unpack a little bit of some of that background and some of the current situation, and provide you with a little bit of my own views about it. But I think the thing that I have to start with was the thing which made itself very much felt to me in the 1970s, was that, and it may seem glaringly obvious, but that China and New Zealand are very, very different places. And obviously there are senses in which that is obvious, you know, geography, history. China's a country with, I don't know, 18 other countries bordering it, whereas New Zealand's surrounded by ocean. Our population's very different. Our history, even our longest history, is still quite short compared with China's. But of course, the other differences relate to political and social and legal systems. And one of the points about being in China for a period of time is that it means that you begin to sort of understand what is animating the society there, as opposed to seeing it just through our New Zealand eyes. And having spent a considerable amount of time learning the language and trying to get to grips with it, that's an added bonus of being able to be there and being able to spend time with the people there. So there is this fascinating intersection, but there's also these two very different countries. And how on earth does a country like New Zealand relate to a country like China? How does a country like China relate to a country like New Zealand? This is a perennial issue, and in the time that I've been working on China matters from the mid-1970s, we've had many different ways of thinking about it and talking about it. But in some ways, the calculus that was made in 1972, when we established diplomatic relations with the People's Republic, still holds today. And that is that we did that because at the end of the day, we recognized that to be in this part of the world, in the Asia-Pacific region, and not to have relations with the government of Beijing was actually just injuring ourselves and damaging ourselves. We were not being able to have the lines of communication and the lines of influence with the people who were controlling a very large population in a very large part of the world. And that political imperative that it was important for us to have a relationship with the people in China and the government in China, regardless of what we thought about it, was, I think, still something which was valid then and which I think is still valid now. We may not always like things that are going on in China, and China may not always like things that it sees here. But regardless of that, we have to find ways of connecting with one another. And so that calculus, which I think was largely political, some people say it was to do with trade. Actually, the trade between China and New Zealand in 1972 was insignificant, and in fact was only about a decade or so later that it really began to grow. I think that was part of it, but I don't think it was the major part of it. I think the major part of it was this recognition that we had to be connected in some way with the government in Beijing. And we did that because China was an important country then, which was hugely to New Zealand's benefit. China became a wealthy country, and now China is quite a powerful country, influential in the region and influential in the world. And in a sense, we're all coming to terms and trying to think about what that actually means for us. But I think this is a challenging period for China-New Zealand relations. I don't think that's a particularly startling statement to make. You only have to read the newspaper every day to discover that there seems to be a new China story. In fact, one of my colleagues in one of my erstwhile places of employment said he didn't realise China was so dominant in the New Zealand discourse until he took over a particular section of this ministry which dealt with that. So China looms large. And I want to just unpack for you a little bit what I regard as 3 reasons why the New Zealand-China relationship is more challenging and more sort of involved now than it used to be. And those 3 changes, some have taken place in New Zealand, some have taken place in China, and some have taken place in the world. Now, in New Zealand, one of those big changes, certainly if I compare New Zealand of 1975, when I first went to Hong Kong, with the New Zealand now, is there's a huge increase in the numbers of Chinese people and Asians in New Zealand. So that has altered the dynamic of our society. It's altered the way, particularly in this city, that people think and operate. I think it's been immensely enriching, but it's no doubt that it's altered certain ways in which people think about China and think about New Zealand's relations with China. Chinese are very prominent in terms of investors, in terms of migrants, and were, until very recently, of course, because of the pandemic and extraneous elements such as that, as students and as tourists. So there's been a huge alteration in the domestic profile, you might say, of China in New Zealand. And while that is, I think, largely, it's a very positive experience which has occurred, it's also something which policy people and political leaders have to sort of process and think about. So there have been changes in New Zealand. We've seen some of that in some of the controversies which have surrounded some of the political parties. Secondly, of course, there have been changes in China. There is a new, well, not newish leader now. Xi Jinping first came to office in 2012, so that's about 8 years ago. But there's no doubt there is now a greater confidence, a greater commitment on the part of China to being in the world and part of the world. And like every country, it wants to shape the world in its own, to seek its own benefit and to serve its own objectives. There's nothing particularly startling or unusual about that. But for the China that people were used to in the 1950s and 60s and 70s, when basically Chinese did not go out into the world, this is a very different sort of world, and it's certainly one which has aroused quite a lot of attention. And there are some things about that outreach, both within China and outside, that certainly arouse a lot of contention and arouse a lot of attention in the world beyond China. And then thirdly, I said there were changes in the world, and to some extent, this is perhaps a function of the second thing. China has changed, and the world is still figuring out what that means in terms of its reaction to it. So you have differing views coming out of Washington, you have different views coming out of Canberra and Tokyo, you have different views coming out of Europe now about what China means for the world. And this is something which, again, is in a sense part of the natural warp and woof of international relations, but it's also quite challenging. If you're sitting, as a political leader in New Zealand, you've got to be very mindful of these diversity of views about what is happening with China and how it's undertaking and so on and so forth. So that I think there is an environment now in which discussions about China and discussions about New Zealand's relations with China are edgier and, in a sense, more difficult to conduct than they would have been, say, 5 or 10 years ago, let alone earlier ago. To some extent, it's a bit of a hark back to an earlier period. But what does that mean for us? Because it's all very well to talk about, what's going on in Beijing or what's going on in Washington or Tokyo, but what does it mean for here in New Zealand? And I think there are a couple of things to be said here, which are quite important in terms of the framing and the context for how we connect with China. Firstly, as has already been mentioned, China is a very significant trade and economic partner for New Zealand, and it will likely continue to be so for quite some time. In fact, when I went to China in 2001 to 2004, China was about our 4th or 5th largest export market. When I went there in 2015, China was sort of neck and neck with Australia. By the time I left, China was definitely in the lead. Now, there's a lot of talk now about diversification and reducing dependence and exposure to one particular market or one particular supplier. This is partly embedded in the New Zealand psyche because of what we went through in the 1950s and 60s. Now, I'm not going to talk a lot about that, partly because the New Zealand China Council is producing a report tomorrow which is going to touch on that very subject. So if anybody has a deep interest in knowing about diversification and both its possibilities but also its limits, they should hold their breath until tomorrow. But I think the point I would make is that it's hard to see any one single country replacing China as a source of demand for what New Zealand produces. And what people in China like about New Zealand is food. And secondly and thirdly, although again this is slightly constrained at the moment, scenery and schooling. So these are things which to a large extent are characteristic at the moment of the New Zealand-China relationship. They're not quite the same as the relationships which other Western countries have with China, whether that's Australia or America or Europe or whoever. There's very little manufacturing involved in that sense. But there are a lot of service industries. There's a lot of interest in high quality, clean food coming from New Zealand into China. So that in that sense, as well as the sheer size of the Chinese economy, the sheer size of its middle class, however you define that, I think that New Zealand's economic future with China is reasonably well assured. But beyond that, there's also a second element, which is, as I said earlier, back in the calculus of 1972, China as a regional power and as a global power. It's hard to see how we can conduct our policy, whether that's in the we being, in this case, New Zealand, using a sort of a royal we, how we can conduct our policy, whether in areas like the South Pacific and Antarctica, where China is much more prominent now than it used to be, or whether it's in the APEC/EAS type area, or globally on issues such as climate change and the integrity of multilateral institutions without engaging with China. We can't always agree on where we want to go in those issues, but what we do know is that if we don't communicate with China, we won't understand where China's coming from, and also importantly, China won't understand where we're coming from. So there's a second very good reason, I think, for having that continuing engagement with China. But alongside that, we have to recognise that there are these differences. And we have to be smart enough to understand that there will be differences and that we have to find ways of managing them if that bigger part of that relationship is to continue. And at the China Business Summit event, which Michael referenced a little while ago, the Prime Minister spoke about some of these difficulties relating to areas such as the reports of the treatment of Uyghurs in Xinjiang, Taiwan and the World Health Assembly, and of course most famously recently Hong Kong. And that of course elicited a response from the Chinese ambassador, which was saying, well, these are areas which China's very sensitive about and New Zealand, you shouldn't comment. Well, that I think is probably going to be the pattern of the situation over the next little while, because there are going to be issues which arise which New Zealanders will feel very strongly about, and New Zealand governments will want to find a way of expressing that concern. And equally, there are going to be areas which the Chinese government feels very anxious and concerned about, and it will also want to express that concern. That is why I said earlier that this society and its particular commitment to that relationship is very important, and the role you play is very important, but it's also, I think, quite a difficult one at the moment, because there is a little bit of a tendency to go black and white, to go very binary. Either you're sort of absolutely, somebody who's over on that side, or you're somebody who's over on this side. And, I think we haven't really got to that point here in New Zealand, but I've certainly seen signs of it in some other parts of the world. And in a sense, it's a testimony to the success that China has been in growing and becoming such an important country in the world that now people are getting quite anxious and quite worried about it. There may be things there which it's important to scrutinise and to think about a bit more closely. There may be other things where I think that, in fact, the narrative, to use that very sort of postmodernist word, is maybe a little bit off key. But whatever it is, I think myself, and this is what I do feel very strongly, we need to keep communicating, we need to keep talking, even if we have disagreements. And especially if we have disagreements, it's important to keep those lines of communication open, because otherwise we're never going to know what is really animating people in China, and equally they will not know why it is that our governments say and do certain things. whether that's in relation to extradition agreements or whatever it is. So I mean, I think it's something which is going to be with us for quite some time. As I say, I've been through a lot of different phases in my China career, starting in the 1970s, and that was going to a China which is very different from the China of today. It was called, even the Chinese now say it was like a fengbi, a society, which the Chinese people here will know what I mean. I sometimes say it means a closed or very or closed up type of society. People simply didn't travel. China now is a very internationalized society. And one of the, I mean, again, with the square bracket around the fact that we're in this pandemic situation, but by and large, if Chinese people want to travel, they can go and see other parts of the world. In fact, sometimes their complaint is that they go to other parts of the world and all they see is other Chinese. You know, it's sort of because there's so many. But that's a sort of subsidiary matter. What it means is the society of China today in 2020 is very different from the society which Mao ruled in the 1950s and 1960s and up to his death in 1976. It's a very, very different place. And although there are still some pretty things which happen there which certainly rile New Zealanders and make New Zealanders very uncomfortable, particularly on the human rights front, the fact is that China now is in a sense a much bigger and more interesting place to be in than it ever was before. And I say that from my own personal experience, and David can contradict me if he wishes to, because while he doesn't go back in China quite as long as I do, he's been there continuously much longer than I have, so he has a whole different perspective to offer you. So I don't want to say too much more, but it will be evident to you that I've got two fundamental propositions. One is that China is a country we have to connect with and we have to find ways of connecting with. But secondly, there are always going to be issues which we have different views on and different perspectives on. And the professional challenge or the political challenge or the actual challenge is how do you manage a relationship while respecting those differences at the same time as you continue to place value in the things which both bind you together and create common interests. People often talk about this as a contrast between interests and values, always between economic prosperity on the one hand and political security on the other. I don't quite see it like that, because it seems to me that our relationship with China has to be multifaceted. It has to encompass both political and economic and social and cultural means, just as our relations do with the United States or with Australia or with countries with which we are much more similar. In fact, in some ways, we have to work harder precisely because China is more different than some of those other places. But it remains endlessly fascinating, and the very fact that China can be so different from New Zealand is part of the interest and part of the attraction from it. I mean, I have spent a bit of time reading and studying Chinese and the Chinese language and not making the progress that most of my Chinese friends who speak English have made, but that's the way the world goes, and you sort of accept the limitations of that. But I think one of the benefits, and I do promote this to people, is that if you can begin to speak and read, and I'm sure a lot of you here can, I mean the non-Chinese people, obviously the Chinese people can, it gives you a greater insight into what's going on. And I think that is quite important and quite valuable, and it's something that I would like to see more of rather than less of in our schools and so on and so forth. So I will, I realise I probably haven't quite used up all my time, but...
No, John, you haven't given us a dilemma.
Ah, the dilemma, yes. Well, I wondered if anybody would mention the dilemma. Thank you, George. Well, you see, I wouldn't quite put it as a dilemma, because the dilemma would suggest that we have to make a choice. We're forced into making a choice between two courses of action. And to me, that is not quite how I see the situation. To me, the situation is more about, this is a country with whom we have to have a relationship. At the same time, it's a country which is very different from New Zealand. So how do we manage that? Now, I suppose you could say that's a dilemma, but I'd like to think that we can, in fact, do both. Now, whether we can or not, that's in our hands. It's not something we can franchise to anybody else. And as I said earlier, in some ways, the New Zealand connection with China is a little bit different even from the Australian, let alone the American or the British or the European or whatever. There is both an economic and trade sense, but also in terms of our population, in terms of some other elements. And that may mean that we can be a little bit different. It may mean that China looks upon us differently. That's something I'd have to get Chinese people to tell me rather than me speculating myself. So I think there is the bones of a dilemma, George, but I'm not sure I would quite call it a dilemma. I'd say it's a challenge. And I think that challenge is significant, and I think for the future of our country, it's important that we face up to it, and it's important that we actually somehow or other get it right. And while this is not a political platform, and I don't want to become political, I do think so far we have managed okay. Thank you very much. 谢谢大家.
Thank you, John. Your opportunity to ask questions will come later when we've heard from David. And I will now just briefly introduce him. David, as John mentioned, has been living in China a long time. He also has the advantage of being an Aucklander. David he went to China first in the 1980s to lay carpets. He was there until 1984 when he returned to become a member of our society in those early days. That was a time when the interest was, I don't know if anybody remembers him from that long ago, David, but then he went straight back to Beijing, where he began Man Investments, the company which he still runs. The role he now plays is he helps overseas companies to invest and to grow into China. And when I asked David how he made the transition from laying carpet to becoming an international finance operator, he told me that laying carpet is really hard work. You have to try very hard and you have to focus. So that's explained David's transition to China. He continues to live there. As John said, he's been there for 35 years. He's now a very respected and international commentator on business and political connections between New Zealand and China. He's on the boards of New Zealand companies, and he's here with us today because of COVID. David's been locked down since February, and he's been running his international business from Grey Lynn since then, and tripping down to Wellington, where he's been drumming up new business and meeting new clients. So the proposition we're discussing tonight was David's suggestion, New Zealand's dilemma, and I'd like to invite you, David, to take it from here. Thank you, David.
Thank you, George, and thank you, John. I agree with all that you say. Although I would say that there is a dilemma, and the dilemma is that we think we have a dilemma. We think we have to choose. And the trouble for New Zealand is that we're challenged by the thing that the whole of the Western world is currently facing. And it's a trauma that the country that we watched come from poverty to multiply its economy to become, and if you look at purchasing power parity, China now is the largest economy in the world. Not the most powerful, not the most influential. America is still that, but it's the largest. So the country that people came to know in the 70s and the 80s and even the 90s was a country that was coming out of poverty. It was a country that wasn't very confident. China struggled in its position globally and dealing with international institutions. And the perspective I found living in China as a Westerner was that China was easy to deal with because it could be condescended to. We were the white Anglo-Saxon world that had ruled everything for the last 300 or so years. So dealing with China was a process of dealing with an inferior. America certainly felt that. I think to some extent, New Zealand had a little more of a perspective, not out of virtue, but just because of our own political insignificance. And that's a gift if you're a New Zealander traveling the globe, and certainly if you're living in a country like China. And the problem that's occurred isn't that China's changed profoundly, but China has become confident, and China's become strong. And particularly America fears that China's going to take away something that we once had. And we are in the process in the Western world of facing decline. I don't mean ruin or destruction, but Western influence, Western models are in steep decline. Two examples. One is the global financial crisis. If you think back to probably the greatest act of corruption in the world since the Second World War was the global financial crisis. A total destruction of value in hundreds of millions of people's lives across the globe that had no fault at all, but were victims of investment bankers, finance firms trying to extract as much as they possibly could out of an area of the economy that had little value. These rubbish mortgages packaged up and securitized. And what happened during the first 6 months that the global financial crisis hit? The rest of the world was afraid. They didn't know how to actually deal with the financial institutions that had caused the problem. Obama had become president, but instead of replacing and restructuring the American financial system, he put the same people back in charge. We stumbled on, the same pools of capital remained where they were, and many, many countries went into very difficult times. You could argue that the Jasmine Revolution in North Africa was a product of the simple economic collapse of people's lives, and it triggered huge resentment, and it transferred to so many things in those societies. So as we stumbled along, getting poorer and poorer, losing our confidence, and in some ways, losing value that we have still not regained, China did something else. China looked at the crisis. It misread the crisis because it thought it was going to be hit like Western countries. But it wasn't, because China doesn't have a convertible currency. China didn't have a very open stock exchange. And its financial system was essentially closed and very conservative. But China invested. It invested in companies that it feared might go out of business. It increased social investment in cities and counties. It invested in industries that knew would employ more people and stabilize the economy. It took a very socialist approach to what was essentially a very strong, very powerful, and very ruthless market forces economy. And as it came out of the global financial crisis, because it spent on its people, because it invested in its society and its stability, and wasn't worried about the fact that it had to hold on to something in terms of the wealth in the banks or the value in the companies, it retained its commercial value in all quarters of its economy. So as it came out of the global financial crisis, China was stronger than before, and a bit baffled and dazed. It didn't know what it was going to do, because it suddenly found itself as this much stronger economy, and this wonderful Western capitalist model that it had so much respect for, that it had been trying to model itself on, had failed and failed in every way. So China looked at the world and it thought, wait a minute, do we want to really become what the Western global financial system is? And the decision makers in China, the bankers particularly, but those advising the Chinese government, worked out that they didn't want to become that because it was inherently unstable. So they took a different tack. And China is a marvelous contradiction of free market forces, strong capitalist instincts, but it is also a socialist economy. And the thing that people miss about Xi Jinping is that he embodies both those instincts and both those things in the way that he plans. Then the next challenge comes across, which is the big challenge, which is COVID-19. And the myth is that it was from some chemical lab in Wuhan that a bug got loose and we've all suffered from it. The other was that they hid the numbers, and so China was lying, and therefore the rest of the world got sick. They did hide the numbers for 6 whole days. That's the actual time before the central government stepped in and took over in Wuhan from what the municipality was trying to disguise. And it's a problem of the model in terms of governance in China, that you get punished for bringing bad news. So sometimes exposing a problem that needs to be exposed can really be expensive for you if you're an official. Nonetheless, it was only 6 days. Generously, maybe 12. But America was informed through the WHO, and then China basically cracked down on COVID socially. It sent out the instructions that it was going to be tracing the disease wherever it could, but it wanted everyone to go home. And just like New Zealand, because I was leaving China at that time, people went home because it was the fair thing to do. They didn't understand. They knew that their own leadership didn't understand. And I lived through SARS in Beijing, which was a similar, although a much more contained equivalent to COVID-19 in some ways. And they did the thing that we did, which was a sense of community. I won't get sick, but someone really old like John McKinnon might get sick, so we have to protect him. And I think those are instincts of community, of collectivity, that actually, because of the smallness and isolation of New Zealand, because of the youth of New Zealand, these instincts are very similar here. And there is a resonance, if I look at these two things, between China and New Zealand. But now coming out of COVID, and I did a paper in February, late February, that China would have negative GDP growth this year. I was wrong. China's probably going to get a genuine 1.5%, 2% growth. That is a huge growth, given the fact that it shut its whole economy down, and that the global economy it sits in is struggling, it's not consuming as it was, and the problems coming are quite unaccountable, and we can't forecast them. And yet this is an economy that is very strong. So our dilemma is, we're asked to actually look at our life, our world, and the Western system with a Judeo-Christian democracy and a good rule of law separate from the political system, which China doesn't have. We're asked to look at the fact that as a country, our association was with our parliamentary system from Britain, and all of us are children of the American Revolution. No country that became a nation after that event can't owe something to those founding fathers and those very modern concepts of society. And where do we stand? And I think the trouble is that New Zealand believes it has to make a choice. We don't have to make a choice, as John said. Our dilemma is we believe we have to. And the Prime Minister, who spoke so eloquently the Monday before last at the China Business Summit, identifying that New Zealand makes decisions according to its own principles. It's not bullied by those other 4 Five Eyes partners, and that we have our independent relationship with China based on our principles, our interests, and international law. And that announced this week, or her foreign minister did, that we're going to suspend our extradition treaty with Hong Kong. And it's been much applauded. And everyone's saying that's right, because look what the Chinese government's doing in poor old Hong Kong. And it's a terrible rort that they're going to change the security law there. Well, we didn't need to suspend our extradition treaty. We just needed to say, as she said the week before, let's watch this. We're worried about the ramifications of a change of law in Hong Kong. Because under that law, Beijing can do some things that are pretty bad. You know, big countries do crappy things. And sometimes China does really bad things. And they may decide to try people in courts in mainland China that would otherwise have been tried within the common law system that still exists in Hong Kong. They may interfere with the media. Certainly some journalists have begun to leave. But they haven't really done that yet. So the right thing to do would have been to wait and say, we are not going to act now. We're not going to be drawn in to the other countries around the world that actually are not acting on principle. They don't care about the people of Hong Kong. What they care about is that they want to join in the survival of a Western bloc, very much led by America. So my problem with New Zealand's choice this week is that this was a foolish act. When you don't have to do something, don't do it. If I asked you how many extraditions under the current extradition treaty that's just been suspended had taken place between Hong Kong and New Zealand, you'd come up with all sorts of numbers. The number is 4. And those are New Zealand requesting people to be extradited back to New Zealand from Hong Kong. So where's the issue here? We have a legal system, we have a judicial process, that we're not going to be drawn into something we can't control because there's a new security law in Hong Kong. And why is there a new security law in Hong Kong? The reason it's there is because Hong Kong has been suffering from a streak of terrorism through what was otherwise a well-principled, a well-disciplined, and very peaceful protest movement. And I have a deep interest in protest and protest movements and how they come about, because by coincidence and somewhat by folly, in 1989, I was in Beijing and I witnessed Tiananmen Square. I was at the edge of the square. I was on the area of the square for about 12 hours through the pitch of the troops coming in and the carnage that took place. I was in Beijing in the months leading up to Tiananmen Square and walked alongside the demonstrations and asked people why they were demonstrating. I listened to the speeches in the square, and I saw the aftermath once the troops had come in. And not to focus on Tiananmen Square and judge it one way or the other, although I'm prepared to do that on a different occasion, What I saw was peaceful people trying to express something very simple to a government that couldn't listen. As a result, it built and it built. And many, many more themes came into these people's minds, and the complexity then of the protests was a real threat to the Chinese government. But because they couldn't listen, it got out of hand. But that happened in 1989. There has not been another Tiananmen Square since 1989. And what was happening in Hong Kong was peaceful protests. I thought, well, to understand this better, I want to go to Hong Kong and try and compare the experience. And I walked in the demonstrations. I talked to the people who were involved in apparently organising them, although they disguised the leadership very carefully because in previous years, leaders have been arrested by the Hong Kong police and there'd been issues, so they were very good at disguising who was leading the protests. And it was fine. I saw people pick up empty plastic drink bottles and put them in bins. I saw them gesture to other protesters to move away from climbing on a barrier. It was a very disciplined. Gandhi could not have had better raw material. Then they gathered and came to about 10,000 people in the area of Causeway Bay. And I went onto an overbridge. Naively, I looked around and all these press people with goggles on, and they had helmets on their heads, and they had respiratory equipment. And I was thinking, no, this is a bit of smoke, it'll be fine. The protest built and it built. And then I saw the police move back in their lines with their strange pale green uniforms. They looked very unmilitant, backing away from the demonstration. And I could see what they were doing. They were going to let this thing spend itself out because it goes later and later and people go home. But it didn't happen. They started to set fire to barricades that they'd built out of bits and pieces, plastic bolsters and stuff around. And then the fire really began to burn, and the fire engines tried to come through the crowd and they were stopped. And the police moved towards the crowd to help the fire engines get to the burning barricades. And out of the crowd came people with black masks, all in black, hurling Molotov cocktails. When they landed where you were sitting, the police didn't move. When it landed in front of the stage, they didn't move. When the flames began to touch their boots, they moved in and they tackled the protesters. And I saw guys with ball bearings in what looked like stockings, but they were slingshots firing them at the police. Then there was tear gas fired and the police moved in further, and the protesters became mixed and began to run in different directions. I left because the tear gas was stinging my eyes, but I'd seen enough. I thought, that's fine, I'll go back to Kowloon. I'm staying in the YMCA, where I stayed in the 80s on my way to China, and I always stay there. It's quite a nice hotel. And Nathan Road was in flames. There was hundreds and hundreds of meters of burning shop fronts, and the whole of the subway station on one side was in fire. That was 6 months before the end of last year, because Hong Kong didn't have a security law. There was supposed to be one. As Chris reminded me, Section 23 of the Handover Accord was that they will enact a security law, because we have one. If we've got a problem, we can move in with police, we can even put the army in place if we need to. They didn't have a security law. So in the ineffectualness of the Hong Kong government, this wasn't done. China has said you need to put in a security law. They didn't go in with their troops. They could have under the Handover Accord. I'm not apologising for China. I'm not apologising for the kind of rhetoric that sometimes China uses, but that's the sequence of events. So now there is a security law in place. There aren't demonstrations now because they know that they will be arrested promptly, and that the new regulations mean they can be incarcerated for longer and charged under different treason, sedition type rules. That's what they did. No country I know, and my own country, which I love, and I understand how stable and how decent New Zealand is. But when things go wrong, we don't want to have burning barricades. We don't want to have destruction and violence where they would go online, find the names of cops in an area, and then they'd talk to their kids going to school, saying the things they would do to their families. Not good. So that's what triggered this change in the law in Hong Kong. Do we hear that in the press? No. Now, bad things will happen because of the law, and there's been some kidnappings of booksellers and stuff that shouldn't have happened. China does bad stuff. But we don't get that information here because we're being asked to join this containment of China led by Washington. Since 1972, when Kissinger went, that was to base a whole lot of reasons why Nixon and Kissinger went. But essentially, they went to open diplomatic relations and open trade with China, but they always wanted to contain China. And every year since then until now, the aim of the US is to prevent China from rising, because America thinks its own ills are a product of China's rise, that somehow China's taken from them to become powerful, and America's internally falling apart in places because of China. I don't see that as true. Most great empires and civilizations fall from within. They don't get taken from without. They appear to, because once they've fallen from within and are weaker, they get taken from without. America has no need to look at China as the architect of its current demise. It's not. But that's what we're being asked to do. So on Monday last week, the Prime Minister was spot on with her language. New Zealand is a non-allied country. We make our own decisions. We went nuclear free. We had a free trade agreement with China and were derided when we said that China was a free market economy, because the other Western economies didn't like that. I hope we can follow the same thing, because if we can't, we will end up trying to choose, who are we with today? Where's our interest? We make more money out of China. We're afraid of being rejected by Washington. These are very foolish motives to end up in a dilemma. But our politicians are in a position where, if they're not careful, they may do. I also have confidence, which I think John does, that the Helen Clark, John Key, and now Jacinda Ardern line of consistency is people trying their very best for New Zealand and not really looking to bring us into some camp and some point of Western power to make New Zealand stronger. I think it's understood that our strength is being ourselves and acting from ourselves as a country. China's watching closely because we are unique. There are no other Western countries that have the same track record of initiating things for China, of standing up on principle for things that others were not prepared to stand on. One example is Don McKinnon's here tonight and went to the Hong Kong handover to attend representing the New Zealand government. The view of the New Zealand government was that China had kept the principles of the handover accord. So New Zealand was one of the very first and very few Western countries to request to attend the swearing in of the new Hong Kong government the day after the handover. And following that choice was made under international law. There was no request for lowering tariffs on timber or milk powder. We did it on principle. And these things are remembered. And these are the things that give us the strength when we don't have any power, but it gives us the strength we need. So the dilemma is, increasingly, we're going to be asked to be drawn into this very dangerous, this pointless attempt to contain China, reduce China, because we're afraid we're losing our mojo as the West. And who are we allying ourselves? Who's our leader in this? Donald Trump, who's conducted a trade war with China, which is one of the greatest acts of economic self-harm since the Trojans thought that was a nice horse standing outside the gates. And he's using Cold War tactics in his trade war. And it's a very dangerous situation. So we have to be careful, not just because China might not buy our stuff. That's another thing. It's 30% of our trade. Then takes the next 4 or 5 countries. And they're also another 30%. And that's a big block too. They're made up of people like Japan, the European Union, the US, Australia, of course. So it's not just about China. But for our own national integrity, for our own evolution as a country, we need to watch this battle and take a Tai Chi approach. When people are swinging around, make a space. Only act if we have to. And then not act out of strength, out of restraint. It's okay to piss off Canberra. It's quite a good thing, actually. It's quite good right now to upset Donald Trump. And I'm sure Boris Johnson is not someone from whom New Zealand will gain anything in particular, economically or politically. So this is our dilemma. And I don't think that if we look at China, also we can be complacent at all. There are things that China will do that we won't like. And there will be things that China will do that will impinge on our rights in our region. There will be things that they do under international law that we will feel that are inappropriate. Then we have to speak too, because they respect us, because at times we do speak out and we do criticize. Xinjiang is the other one. I often think if you're going to do a presentation, think of all the things that you shouldn't say and say those. So the Muslims in Xinjiang are a very sensitive and a very ugly aspect of China's dilemma in governing itself. And forgive the language, but I think there is a comparison that this is a colonial dilemma. China is in a position where it has Uyghurs in the west of China. There's 50 million Muslims in China. Of those, maybe 18 million are Uyghurs and Kazakhs and Uzbeks that live in the province of Xinjiang. And it's with those that at the moment China has the most problems. And what China's doing to deal with it is the mistaken approach to resolving a colonial dilemma that New Zealand once did. Let's take away Maori language. Let's make them think that they're all Pākehās. If they forget the fact they're Maori and they're like us, we can all live together in harmony. And there's a bit of that going on because 95% of 1.4 billion people are actually Han Chinese. And the minority cultures are very small in the whole mix in China. What happened in Xinjiang during the Russian invasion of Afghanistan was that Chinese groups went to fight with the Mujahideen and came back radicalized. There were some statements that the American CIA helped train them. I don't know if that's true, but a number did go, and they came back and brought back a different kind of Islam than the Islam that has been prevailing in Xinjiang. I've worked in Xinjiang. I've spent weeks at a time up there on projects, and it's one of my favorite parts of China. So this was beginning to worry Beijing a lot, Islamic radicalization of their people. Then one of the products of the global financial crisis was the closing of factories in Shenzhen. And a few thousand young Uyghur workers went back to their home city of Urumqi, the capital, and there was no work there. Many Han Chinese had migrated from the east and now had set up businesses there and were living there. Things were rough, and they went berserk. And they killed 200 people with machetes and knives one afternoon. Children, old women, men, anyone they could find, they killed them. It was appalling. So the Chinese government, of course, decided I've got to deal with this terrorism issue. And they cracked down, and martial law, in effect, has been governing Xinjiang ever since. What they're doing now with the re-education and the re-education camps, I think to call them concentration camps, from my information, is dramatic and it's not correct. But what they're doing isn't going to work, and I deplore it. But there is a sequence of events that you're not told about. There's a sequence of events that caused a government to act in what it thought was a smart way, and it's not a good way. It's radicalizing people more. But they'll work through that. They'll work through it because in the end, China's worked through a lot of things. What has been against China since it began its other long march from opening up and beginning with the economic reforms of 1978 is massive in overcoming poverty, great divisions within the government, communists who wanted to assassinate Deng Xiaoping because of the changes he was bringing. Xi disappears 2 weeks before he's supposed to take the role of president. And for what my understanding and reading is that it was to put down or to cauterize a mounting coup around Bo Xilai and Zhou Yongkang, who was the head of the security services, just retired. So there's huge dynamics in there. They're struggling with very, very difficult things. So if we're asked, what do we think about Xinjiang? We don't like what's happening in Xinjiang. We once did that to our Maori people. It doesn't work. We can speak about that from ourselves. But we've got to be careful because the rest of the world and the Western media is trying to make us believe that we have to choose between the West and China. We don't. We choose ourselves. And by choosing ourselves and choosing to be true to ourselves, we'll deal with both the West and China. And just to finish, I think the interesting fact that has also surprised me is the economic recovery and recovery of social confidence in China. I hate to say post-COVID because there is no post-COVID, but most of the industries are back. Most of New Zealand's exports are now being consumed there. There is relative mobility around China of people traveling for business. You know, tourism is not so great. The catering sector's still very badly hurt because of restaurants closing and even the companies that used to put restaurants, catering systems into factories aren't functioning for a whole lot of perceived health-related reasons. But by and large, China's back. And that is the engine, like after the global financial crisis, that will gradually lift the world out of the recession we're now entering. So it's important globally that China continues on the path it continues economically. It's important socially that China remains a stable and integrated country. And it's important that we understand it, as John said, for what it is, but we relate to it from ourselves, and we are not bullied by our Five Eyes partners in some strange attempt to try and lock it down and prevent it from evolving. So trying to address a subject I wish I hadn't broached in the first place, that's the dilemma, I think, that there isn't a dilemma, but we imagine there is. Thank you.
David, thank you so much for that. I'd like to finish my little part of this by just asking a question of each of you, and give John just a chance to reply a little to David's remark. What worries you most, John? What do you worry most about in the relationship with New Zealand and China? And then your turn.
What do I worry most about? What an excellent question. I worry that we will get it wrong. I think that would be my simplest worry, that in other words, New Zealand's management of the China relationship somehow or other will take us into a place we shouldn't probably be. And that's in a sense why I was saying that this is high stakes stuff. Getting it right is more than just important. I think it's crucial for our national future. So that would be my worry. It's not a worry particularly about China or particularly about New Zealand. It's just that we manage a relationship in a way which is going to be productive for both parties.
Well, I agree with John. I think I worry most about how we begin to understand ourselves in respect of China. We're an Asia-Pacific economy. We're an unusual nation in that we are colonized and for a long time dominated largely by white Anglo-Saxon people. Now we're not so much that. We're a much more mixed society. And that mixed nature of our society is our destiny. And we can embrace who we are now, and increasingly with our Chinese population, the Indian population, Koreans, so many countries of people have come, and they now have considerable cohorts here. We can become more universal ourselves and more understanding of other countries we interact with, rather than hope that everyone turns out to be like the sort of standard New Zealander, the sort of white middle class person, or a person that has a kind of same attachment as I have to our history and heritage. So it's embracing the way we're changing and how China contributes to that, and is already in terms of those that have come to live here.
Thank you both very much for that session, and can we thank both John and David for giving us now. And Michael, with your permission, can I suggest we can have a break now so people can consider their questions?
Stretch for 5 minutes. Okay.
And that'll be the opportunity for you to put your questions.
When we come back, we'll have questions, okay, from the floor.
Yeah.
Just stand up and stretch just to have a break.
Excellent.
Ladies and gentlemen, could you resume your seats again, please? Thank you. Yeah, I'll ask for people to.
Just my photo with you, all right?
Yeah, yes, okay. Right, thanks. Okay, thank you. Please resume your seats. Thank you. We're now going to take questions from the floor, and it's open to anyone to ask a question of either speaker. And please just put your arm up. I'll call you, and please give your name and your question, and not a speech. So I've got a question down here. Oh, there's all.
Is it on? Yeah, okay, my name's Kai Louie. I'm chairman of Auckland China's Community Centre. But I was born in New Zealand. I've been to China about 25 times in the last 40 years. What concerns me most is that our Labour politicians, head people up to 8 in the cabinet, have not been in the 22 months or more they've been in power before COVID-19, have not even visited China. So they don't even understand what our largest trading partner, our largest source of tourism and education and other things. Yeah, is what's your opinion on what our government can do? You mentioned Helen Clark and John Keys, but Jacinda Ardern, I don't know what she's going to do.
Right, thank you.
David, I think it's a question for you.
What? Yes, it's a good question. Of course, it's a good question. And I've got to be careful. I've been here for 6 months. The rest of the 35 years I've been in China, it's the longest I've been out. My knowledge of New Zealand is shallow because I'm not living in the community. I think I see a government, I see a Prime Minister struggling to do the right thing. I see the negative aspect of the last 2 years, Winston Peters and the New Zealand First Party, fading in strength. And I think that's going to bring about a change and give them a chance to really work in a less encumbered manner. But I don't believe that they are, for any moment, not aware of the main issues that are in play in China. I think they're being advised by good people, but 2 years isn't a long time. And over those years, it's been from looking afar, quite a dysfunctional coalition. So I think the potential's there, because in the end, our politicians are an expression of us collectively. We end up with people that are representing us. So we all need to contribute as businesses, as community leaders, to try and get into that debate. So I think the potential is there. I, like you, from what I detect in the last 2 years, have not been pleased with the stances that New Zealand's taken. The white paper, defence white paper, the way Huawei was dealt with, I thought was appalling. And it was ham-fisted and amateur. But I think things are changing. So I'm quite optimistic that we can be doing better in the coming years.
Thank you, David. Another question? Yes. Your name, please?
My name is Chris Trotter, and I want to congratulate, first of all, the two speakers and make the comment that I think we do have a dilemma in New Zealand. I think New Zealand's dilemma is how on earth, as a small and unthreatening state, we are supposed to deal with a United States Secretary of State who just a few days ago talked about forming an international coalition to bring about regime change in Beijing. The dilemma a small and I believe honourable country like New Zealand has is how on earth do we take seriously such a proposition and how do we manage our way around it?
John, do you want to answer that first?
I'm not sure there's a question there, but the comment I would make is that the issues I was talking about, which is about how New Zealand connects with China, are going to exist regardless of what's happening in Washington. So I'm not saying I agree or disagree with how you characterise Pompeo's speech, but the fact is that what we are confronting, we have to deal with in our own terms. So regardless of what the US may or may not do, or Australia or Japan may or may not do, that to me is still going to be there for us.
David?
I think in order to deal with things at times, and that's a radical thing for any country, Western country to say, it's a huge thing. You know, it's a sort of Franz Ferdinand moment in some ways. So what do? Well, we've also got to look at our own complicity. And I think in this situation, we're part of the Five Eyes. And why get out of a club where you get lots of intelligence? Quite useful. Perhaps we wouldn't have suffered the Rainbow Warrior if we'd been getting more information back in those days. But, well, I just think that we've had a period when we were kicked out of ANZUS, that we had very little intelligence from the US, and we were in the outer. I think we've got to qualify our current relationship as part of the Five Eyes. Really qualify it according to our principles. Because, you know, the Five Eyes is an agreement to share with countries. And let's talk human rights for a second. 300,000 people are dead in Iraq because of an illegal war perpetrated by America for what ends? To control oil or something on a lie that Helen Clark saw through, so we didn't join that war. So I do think that those kind of things, we don't react to Pompeo's statement, but we look at the general shift in culture in Washington. What can we do to redefine ourselves at times? And I would qualify our position in Five Eyes and risk being booted out. That's the only thing I know of that is perhaps a bit of leverage. And it's not saying we're on China's side or we hate you, America. We're just requalifying. We don't stand with that statement. We're not part of that bloc.
Any other questions? Yes, ma'am. Sorry, just one down here first. Just down here first. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Your name?
Thank you. My name is Sierra Tong. I'm a recruitment and HR consultant. It's my pleasure, and thank you for speakers and the organizers for this precious opportunity. My takeaway today from both John and David, the keywords are own decision and relationship management. Relationship management from John, and own decision is from David, okay? So my question is, from recent news, we learned that two senior politicians, Chinese politicians, Mr. Huo Jianqiang and Mr. Yang Jian from both parties, they all announced withdrawal, resignation, from election. So I wonder, what is your comments, no matter from own decision or relationship management perspectives, whether that is something positive, or what is your insights? Thank you.
I said earlier. Yeah, sure. I said earlier, this is not a political platform, so I'm not going to talk about the politics of that. I will say that the reason the parties had those individuals there was because they wanted to have representation from the Chinese community reflected in their political makeup. And I assume that imperative will continue despite the fact that those two individuals had themselves resigned.
I'm sure that's right. But there is a McCarthyite witch hunt in New Zealand in play that is shameful, where academics, journalists are being called spies, that they're basically betraying New Zealand. Jian Yang is a man I know well, and I think he's a remarkable servant of New Zealand, a sincere man, someone who really believes in New Zealand and has worked slavishly for the relationship. And I'd stand by him anywhere. I don't know Raymond Hoare as well, but I also sense from him this sense of huge obligation to represent the Chinese community in New Zealand and what they knew, in Zhang Yang case, of his country of birth. He was supposed to be a spy because he taught at a diplomatic school where spies are trained. For 15 years, I had an economist, a doctor of economics. She went to the same school. Oh, she also worked for Li Peng for 5 or 6 years. So what? You know, these conspiracies, these positions that are often expressed in New Zealand. So Zhang Yang's career, I think, was curtailed because of that. I think Raymond also suffered from it. I think they withdrew because in going into election, both of them carried that taint and they took one for the party, respectively. So we need to be a lot better at ignoring and starving these baseless conspiracy theories. It is McCarthyite. Currently there's been attacks on Auckland University, there were attacks on Otago University. There's no real evidence there. It's a bit like just that. So I believe they withdrew because they knew in this coming election they may have been a bit of a drag and a drag on votes getting in. But it's certainly with Zhang Yang, I think he's an excellent man who was driven by service to New Zealand.
Thank you, David. Ma'am?
I'll just stand over here to not give anyone my back, sorry. I'm Adriana Christie. I'm an elected member for Auckland Council. I have been elected into Waitemata Local Board. It's really interesting to listen to the diplomatic issues between China and New Zealand. And personally, on a work level, I want to go in a more focused, localized aspect to things is, you know, this is my second term being elected into Auckland Council, and I'm very concerned about the lack of community engagement that local government has with the Chinese community. On Tuesday, we had a WeChat with a Chinese community trying to get feedback for the local board draft plan, and it is definite, and you hear it from them, that we don't have the right structure to listen to this community. And my question is for both of you. I did ask you privately if this was an appropriate question, but for you as well, John. What is your suggestion? Because, you know, personally, I want to hear more from the Chinese community. You know, for me, it's hard to hear on Tuesday that they feel that they can't really cycle because it isn't safe. You know, and it's like there is a plan and process to listen to everyone, all our residents, and it feels that we have a lack in that process. So, yeah.
Well, I'm not sure I can provide you with much advice, not being a particular expert in local government, but I would imagine there would be plenty of people in the Chinese communities, because there are different communities, who would want to engage and would, in fact, you could find mechanisms to do so. Now, they may require that you have more Chinese language competence within the council staff or the local government entity staff that I can't comment on, but I suspect that could be a barrier. But I mean, you know, all strength to your arm, if you can find ways to get through that, I think it's really important.
David?
I think I don't think I can answer better than that because I'm not living here. But certainly, you know, being open to them and trying to work out why, you asked the question why there's not more representation, go and ask them. What do they need? Go with other councillors and work it out from listening to them. And it may be things you have never thought of. So I think you do it by listening to them.
Thank you, Adriana. Just if I could, before I take the next question, point out that our society, Auckland branch, is reaching out. We're reaching out, working with the Auckland Council. We've contacted a number of local boards to try to get more involvement of Chinese, and we're also, I don't know whether you realise, there are over almost 200 organisations, Chinese organisations in Auckland, and we're doing a reach out to them in coming months because our society can act as a catalyst to bring those people in. Right, at the back, please.
Kia ora, my question is for John. My name is Arsalan Abdullah. I'm Iranian New Zealander, and I bring Oriental Iranian perspective to tonight. So since 90s, there has been a political rivalry inside Iran in regards to what kind of foreign policy Iran should have when it comes to the interaction with the West. And I belong to the neoliberal bloc. So people from my side of the argument would always say, West will take us the way we are, because the neoliberal consensus is that we do business with you. We're not the West that used to be colonizer, having the moral high ground of saying our value and nothing else.
What's your question, please?
And yeah, I will get to the question. And then the evidence we would show to the rival political bloc was, look how they deal with China. They have accepted China the way it is. Now recently, the opposing bloc, they say, look, we were right, you were wrong, because we told you they will turn their back to China. Because they are basically, the Westerners suspended their colonial mindset, and one day they will go back to it.
Please come to your question to the
I guess
stage.
the Cold War between US and China will benefit a country like Iran.
So what's your question?
My question is there a consensus in the West? What is like, if we want to say, okay, in the next 20 years, what is the consensus in regards to foreign policy of the West? What is your answer?
Well, I'm with Yogi Berra. I don't make predictions, especially about the future. I don't know anything much about Iran, I'm sorry, and I can't really comment about foreign policy of the West. I can comment a little bit about the foreign policy of New Zealand, but even then I'd hazard a guess to say more than 2 or 3 years ahead. So to be honest, I'm not sure I can really answer the question in a way which would give you sort of the answer that you're looking for. I just think 20 years is too long a time frame. But I suspect there is a big differences between Iran and China.
In some ways, there's no such place as the West. There's lots of different countries. There's Europe, there's America, there's Australasia. And I think that as long as China or Iran or any country that has great economic potential evolves steadily, becomes a good trading partner to other nations, has what they need, and conducts its own internal affairs with balance and real determination, then those economic factors that drive so much in terms of what shapes world history will actually shape the way the West interacts with these places. So we didn't go along to China out of some crush on China. New Zealand went along to sell our stuff, like most Western countries. But in the end, those economic drivers have a strange way of mitigating a lot of things and bringing about a kind of even field. So I'm pretty optimistic that, the sort of innate commercial greed of everybody is going to get us to the same place, and that around that, some understanding as you engage with a country and trade with it.
Another question? Yes, ma'am.
So it's Xiao Yingfu speaking here. Actually, I have 2 questions. One is, I've been here for 25 years. And for the last 3 years, I've never ever seen New Zealand media seems coordinated with the other Western media for unfounded accusations about the Chinese, local Chinese. So do you have any view, thanks God today we have the Professor Paul Clark's article. And the media, my question is, do you have any views on the current media report about the local Chinese? My second one is really, the PMs said New Zealand is principle-based and we have our own interest. But it's exactly as David said, actually why we decided, take action with Hong Kong. And, they have been saying that, China bullying the WTO system, and we also see some other Western countries bullying the international system. So how can you build up helping the overseas Chinese build up that confidence? Actually, we are really principle-based, and we do act independently and based on our own interest. So 2 questions, sorry.
Well, thank you. I'm not sure I quite got the duality of the questions, but I'll make an effort to answer. I think, firstly, on the media side, I think the media generally is in a huge state of flux at the moment, both in New Zealand and globally. So whatever is happening with the media, I wouldn't necessarily see the situation as on 30 July 2020 as being definitive in terms of a year ago. let alone 2 or 3 years from now. So, I mean, if I heard you correctly, you have some concerns about the way the New Zealand media is reporting or whatever. I just think this is something which is evolving very rapidly and more rapidly than most of us can deal to. I think your second question related to whether you as a Chinese immigrant from 25 years ago can have confidence that New Zealand will continue to have its own views about the world. Was that sort of the gist of it?
What I was trying to do is to try to say that we want to have the trust
Yeah.
in the Western system. What happens now, actually, it's really shaping the overseas Chinese trust to the Western system, which is the principal ways, for example, New Zealand is interest, our own interest, acting based on our own interest.
Yeah.
And you look at that, the other, let's say US, right? They are really, I think. Yeah, it's just that I think that just makes the overseas Chinese trust to the Western system really rocking.
Well, I think there's maybe a broader question there, which I probably can't answer, which is about how the overseas Chinese should trust or not trust the Western system. In terms of New Zealand, I think it's also a broader issue than simply the overseas Chinese community. The whole of the New Zealand population has to have confidence in its government. That's why we have an election in 2 months' time. And in a sense, that process is part of the way in which all communities need to find confidence in the government that's leading them, and that government will act appropriately in terms of foreign policy.
I don't have trust in the Western system. Well, I can't. I mean, I look at Afghanistan, I look at Iraq. Who cares for the Rohingya Muslims? I look at the environmental warnings all my life and how slow the world has been to not embrace the big apocalyptic pictures, but just to stop us spoiling our own country. So I don't think you want to rely on trusting the Western system. The thing is to trust yourself. Trust your own experience of being a New Zealander, although of Chinese origin. Trust your own community, and share with your community any strength you can, because that in the end is what matters. And hopefully, the more people that do that in New Zealand, the better the outcomes we have politically. For the rest of the world, we're not Australia. We don't have the same history, the same scale. We're not as tied to the States. We're not Europe. So in a sense, it comes down to something quite a micro thing, really, and it comes down to yourself and your community. And I think a lot of New Zealanders do have great respect for the Chinese people that have come to become part of who we are. And that's what you focus on. And those that don't accept you, those that are racist and would in some ways wish you weren't here, just ignore them, starve them out in your own head. When it comes to the media, there has been a change. There was a love affair with China in the 1990s. There was a love affair of China when it was changing, and it looked like it would become us. A pluralistic, democratic, westernized country, lots of Coca-Cola and Western films, and the same West. When it ceased to so resemble us, and God help it, it started to resemble itself with much deeper roots to its own long history. Not communism, not the last 50, 60 years, 70 years, but actually deep roots that are the coming of China being itself over centuries with continuity. Then the world became very worried in the West. And the Western media is collectively echoing each other in condemning China. The people sitting in, whether it's News Hub, Newsroom, The Herald, are likely to write an article that's negative about China because that's what the PAC's doing. Remember, we hit the global financial crisis and all the warning signs were there. And the Financial Times and the Economist and the Wall Street Journal, they barracked us into this terrible situation. And then they kind of howled at everybody when it all went wrong. They didn't see what was coming. So don't look at the Western media either as being representative of something intrinsically good and decent about the West. I just think we look to ourselves and our own communities.
Right. We'll be able to take a couple more questions. Just before that, how many of you remember that TV1 had a journalist, I think Charlotte Glennie, based in Beijing in the 1990s, where we got direct media. We got direct reports of her experiences. Now we get it filtered through 2 or 3 other international media. I won't say Western, actually, but and so we get a filtered view of what's going on in China. Right, Ken, did you want to say something?
Yes, my name is Ken from the Society. So my question is, after listening to both of you talking, certainly you have demonstrated tremendous understanding of China and Chinese culture, and New Zealand as well. So my question is, so somebody said that China was founded based on civilization, and Western countries, although you say it doesn't have, but could be America, New Zealand, UK, were founded based on nations, like a country. The definition of countries are different. So what are your take on this? And as a Westerner, as a Kiwi, how do you think the society can actually communicate in the correct way to convey this message? Thank you.
Well, somebody once said that a civilization is an empire without neighbours. And so in some ways, I don't think we should get too hung up on particular characterizations of either China or New Zealand. The fact is we all live in the world of 2020, and we have to find ways of engaging in the world of 2020, regardless of what our particular antecedents or particular background or whatever is, which, as we've talked about, is changing anyway. China's changing in all sorts of ways. New Zealand's been changing in different sorts of ways. So we have to find a way of connecting. Whether the civilizational background of China is different from that of New Zealand, yeah, of course it is. But does that mean that we can't find ways of connecting? I don't think so. If that were the case, we would have difficulty connecting with most countries of the world.
The reason I stayed in China after I went in the early 80s was that I realized I was in a country amongst people that were just like me, struggling to do the same things, the same flaws, same potential perhaps, in the same juxtaposition or different juxtaposition. And it was that recognition that I felt I was home in a human sense that I stayed there. I think that's the core of it for me. So like John says, I don't believe we should focus on civilizations and nations. These are somewhat artificial things. It's that common human component. And because of what China's been through, if you look at the current generation or generations that are alive in China, some still remember the revolution, the Great Leap Forward, the Cultural Revolution, the poverty, the disturbances, the great insecurities, then the great ructions that came with economic reform. All that suffering, all that chaos that came is now deeply in Chinese people's DNA. There's an endurance, a perseverance, and it's humanized people. They've realized we've got to look after each other, because when it gets out of hand and goes bad, things are very bad here. So I think that we have a shared humanity, and that's how New Zealand and China can get on, and that's how China will engage at its best with the rest of the world.
Thank you, David. Right, George, you're the last question because we're tight for time. George, just a quick question.
Yeah, my name is George, chairman of Friendship for Peace, and my community are the newcomer community, so we are very sensitive with the New Zealand government policy between the China and the New Zealand. And the question are from a member, why New Zealand? Okay, Winston Peters announced last week, New Zealand canceled the extradition agreements between the China and New Zealand, because Hong Kong is part of China. That's the common sense. Why New Zealand? Okay, question to John, because we are closer. Thank you. That's it.
Why the extradition treaty was cancelled by Winston?
Well, I should answer because David went on at some length about this before. My view would be slightly different. I think the Hong Kong issue, as the Prime Minister talked about it a week ago, is something which a lot of New Zealanders pay a lot of attention to. And the law was perceived to be altering the basis on which we engaged or other countries engaged with Hong Kong. That I see as the background to that particular decision. So it's something that many people may disagree with or agree with. That's the situation, though, as I read it at the moment.
So thank you very much for all your questions. You will have time after we finish to talk with the speakers over a cup of coffee or tea.
Now it gives me great pleasure to introduce to you the Deputy Consul General for China, Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan, would you like to come to the stage, please?
Kia ora. Dear friends, ladies and gentlemen, it's really my great pleasure to attend today's event hosted by New Zealand China Friendly Society. I'd like to express my heartfelt appreciation to Mr. Michael Hartfeld for your timely efforts in making this event possible. This event is of special significance as it is held at a time when more and more people of reasoning and conscience in the world are increasingly concerned about a pending new Cold War against China, launched by certain irresponsible powers. This danger has also brought negative impact on New Zealand's ties with China. Just now, John McKinnon and Mr. David Ma Hong先生, put forward some very constructive and insightful advices on how to overcome the overarching challenges our two countries and the bilateral relationship are currently faced with. I applaud your valuable suggestion and your contribution to the further growth of China-New Zealand relationship. I hope the suggestion you just put forward and also the good opinions my friends here expressed can be passed to the highest level of this country. Having been posted in Auckland for nearly 2 years, I feel proud of the records that China and New Zealand, although different in size, history, culture, and the social system, have broken in the history of expanding our mutually beneficial ties. As today's world is still rattled with the COVID-19 pandemic, our two countries should take advantage of both being successful in the prevention of domestic spread of the virus so as to explore new areas of cooperation. Among this cooperation, health, quality food, e-commerce, aged care can be areas of huge potential and prospects. And the Southern Link under the Belt and the Road Initiative has opened broader space for our two countries to cooperate in the area of putting forward more pragmatic cooperation and especially in ensuring the stability of global supply chain. Ladies and gentlemen, what I wish to stress here is that the smooth development of bilateral relations is always based on mutual trust. China pursues an independent foreign policy of peace and is dedicated to building a community of shared future for humankind. China firmly upholds the principle of sovereignty and non-interference in each other's internal affairs. And I can assure you, in New Zealand, China will not pursue a policy of interfering in New Zealand's internal affairs. In this regard, the national security legislation for Hong Kong SAR, just mentioned by the distinguished guests and the audience, is purely within China's sovereignty. This legislation is aimed at plugging legal loopholes in maintaining national security in the region. As you may know that after Hong Kong's return to the motherland, relevant laws and the regulations on maintaining the UK's national security, including punishing such crimes as treason, were terminated or no longer applicable. According to the basic law in Hong Kong, similar legislation to maintain national security of China should be put in place. However, due to the disruptive and preventive actions by certain internal and external forces, Hong Kong has failed to do so with the elapse of 23 years, which has resulted in the serious social turbulence and chaos over the last year, severely undermining the national security in Hong Kong. Enacting national security law is a common international practice, just as my friends mentioned. In the US, they have passed more than 20 laws and regulations with regard to national security, including even death penalty. And in the Hong Kong national security law, there's no death penalty. Actually, the Hong Kong national security law only holds accountable a very small minority of criminals who put national security in serious jeopardy. Neither does it impact the judicial independence or the high degree of autonomy of Hong Kong, nor the rights and the freedom of Hong Kong residents, nor the legitimate rights and interests of foreign nationals in Hong Kong. It is out of the above consideration that China has expressed its resolute opposition to New Zealand's suspension of the extradition treaty with Hong Kong. In essence, the extradition treaty is in the mutual interests of both Hong Kong and New Zealand. Of course, each party can suspend or terminate the treaty at any time. What China opposes is New Zealand using Hong Kong national security legislation as an excuse to interfere in China's internal affairs. We think this goes against the international law and the basic norms governing international relations, and this also harms the mutual trust that is very important and is a key to further smooth development of our excellent bilateral relations. And this relationship is in the common interest of our two countries and the peoples. So by saying that, I would like to take this opportunity to call upon friends of New Zealand from all walks of life to join hands to make more strenuous efforts in strengthening mutual respect, trust, so as to have a healthy win-win cooperation for the benefit of our two peoples. Just now, a lot of friends mentioned the theme of tonight, that is dilemma for New Zealand. I don't think China is a dilemma choice or is a difficult choice for New Zealand to choose. Actually, China, as the largest trading partner and the largest source of tourism and second largest sources of students to New Zealand, has poses as an opportunity rather than a dilemma to New Zealand. So I hope if our two sides, if all the friends here and in the country and the friends from around the world can join hands and to overcome the barriers in our mindset and to make pragmatic efforts, I'm sure we can have a better future for our two countries. Thank you.
And National President Dave Bromwich wants to say a few words to the Deputy Consul General.
Thank you, Michael. Xiaofudong, thank you for your words. I think it's important that we do hear a voice from China. And also thank you for putting out a request for people to be members of the society, because your appeal has been exactly to meet our mission statement, to promote friendship, understanding and goodwill between the peoples. And that's our goal. So
Thank you,
I'd
Chairman,
like
for
you to
your
take
efforts.
this as a small token of our appreciation.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Right, so it's also my duty to thank the speakers. I would like to say a lot of words, but I'm not going to. When I first saw the moot, which was China, New Zealand's dilemma, I thought that's very provocative. So I was quite intrigued to hear the mover of the moot to say he wondered what he was doing it. But I like your immediate response, which is dilemma is something that we believe we have. We believe we have a dilemma. But I'd like to suggest more so than that. It's something that's been created, and I think a lot of the comments we've heard tonight from questioners and from Xiaofudong refer to the creation of the negativity that is being addressed towards China through the media. I'm probably closely on your side on this issue. I recall one thing you said, I've recalled many things, but one thing I want to recall is you talked about the synergy between China and New Zealand, but also the polarity, the black and the white. And I think probably I would like to just sum up the whole evening by referring to some traditional Chinese culture. We need to come together, we need to unify, and we can do that if we look at the yin-yang symbol. It's a harmony of opposites. It's perfect for the solution to this dilemma. And that's all I'm going to say, because I think that sums it up very, very nicely, very succinctly. There's a lot of nuances in what's been said, but we can move together. We're in a new global era of governance, and I think that is the way forward. A harmonious global community. Some might recognise where that's come from. Okay, so now we're going to call on Sylvia to come up to present a small gift, and Ken. Before I finish my branch, my little vote of thanks, I think it's very important that we also thank the Auckland branch for putting on this, what I think is a very important forum in this era in New Zealand. Elections coming up, an important topic, and I thank Michael and his team for presenting this to us. Who's that for? Oh, for me. Oh, for me. Thank you. But I have one further duty to perform tonight, and I'm very pleased to be able to use this venue to take this vote of thanks. And this is to George Andrews. Now, George Andrews is a very significant member of our society. He thinks he's retired, but he's still got a lot to contribute. We know that he's had a very long involvement in the film and production and media industry, and he's brought those skills to the society and lifted it out of what it was before. He's given us a much better profile, but on top of that, he's also brought us things like the Dung Fund, the Riwiali Friendship Exchange Fund, which was largely through his promotions, the Shanghai Michael King Writers Exchange, so many really significant and important activities. So George, the National Executive, on behalf of the National Executive of the New Zealand China Friendship Society, I'd like to present you with an honorary life membership.
Very nice. Thank you, Doc. Thank you, Doc. Thank you. Thank you. That's nice.
Michael.
I would like to introduce Miao Fan. Miao Fan is a national vice president, and she's based in Hamilton. And Miao Fan, I'd like you to come to the stage. And Matt is going to present her a gift.
Thank you very much. It's really honored to be here. Thank you.
Mark, where's Mark? Mark and Dongyang. These two young men have done a tremendous amount of work for the society in the last few weeks. Dongyang has been the event coordinator and worked night and day to make sure this event was a success. And Mark, you'll see the brochures, you see the signage. Mark has worked after his normal day when he's been dealing with his clients. He's a small entrepreneur. He's worked till midnight, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock on behalf of the society and to make things happen for us. So on behalf of the Society Executive Committee, I'd like to present them with two gifts. Thank you. And I'd like other members of the committee to join me here, please. Jefferson, Chris. Vincent, Gareth, Dorothy. Along the back? Yes, yes. The reason I want to introduce members of our executive team is because we cover a wide range of ages, from the late 70s to the late teens or early 20s. We have people of all experience, and this executive committee is going to do big things for the China Friendship Society in Auckland and to advance the friendship between peoples of China and the peoples of New Zealand. So just to go, I'll take you through from your right to the left. On my right is our Vice President Ken Liu. Our membership coordinator is Matt McCreenall. Then George, who comes along as our honorary patron in Auckland and grunts away and tells us we should be doing things, and here we are, and we're doing something. Jefferson Chen, he's our treasurer. He's also our national treasurer for the society. We've got the ambassador, he's not on our committee. We have, Nick Dynan, our secretary. We have Vincent Yu, or Chow Yu, sorry, who's new on our committee. Gareth Shen on our committee. Dongyang Dorothy, who's second cousin to Rewieli and has been a member for a long time. Our Vice President Sylvia, Mark, and have I missed anyone? Yes, and Chris, who's our former president. So this is our committee. This is the people that have put this together, volunteers. No one gets any pay. They do it in their own time. So if you want to help us, you can donate to our society. You can become members and make sure that this is a successful organisation in Auckland. Thank you. How are we going for time? Yep, yeah, good. So supper is being served over there. Tea, coffee, juice. Good? Yes. Oh, could everyone leave their name tags on the tables as they leave, please? Thank you.